Subcommittee on Government Operations will come to order, and without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. We're here today to discuss contracting fairness. In other words, when it is appropriate for the federal government to contract with the private sector and when it is not appropriate to do so. In making these decisions, it's critically important that the government focus on efficiencies and cost, and this is not about eliminating, and I want to stress, this is not about eliminating federal employees. This is about ensuring we as a government are obtaining the most cost-efficient and cost-effective solutions when the federal government buys goods and services. And the private sector does a lot of things well. It is important that the government taps the private sector's expertise and efficiencies as appropriate. Obviously, there are certain things that only the government should do, such as making a contract award decisions or granting a security clearance, et cetera. Finding the right balance in promoting public-private competition through the A76 process to gather the data to support valid cost comparisons is the way we realize cost savings for the American taxpayer. And one of the key areas where I think there are significant questions is how to make a cost-effective comparisons between the public and the private sector. For example, what are the appropriate cost elements needed to develop a valid cost comparison of federal employees and contracting employees? I would welcome the witnesses' input, all of you, on this particular area. And under existing law, the public-private competitions are prohibited, and early in this administration, there was a shift towards decreasing the government's reliance on contractors. Now, that may make sense as long as we're actually saving money. Former Secretary of Defense Gates said in 2010, as we were reducing contractors, we were not seeing the savings that we had hoped for by insourcing. And given where we are today, we're holding this hearing to learn from the past efforts in this area and hopefully to begin anew this discussion in the lead up to a new administration. I want to thank Mr. Duncan for his leadership in this particular area, particularly for his bill, H.R. 2044, the Freedom from Government Competition Act. And as we look at that, looking at that particular bill further, this bill would make clear that the policy preference for obtaining goods and services from the private sector, and unless there is no private sector option or for the goods or services, or that they are inherently governmental, it addresses that issue. I'd like to thank the witnesses here today, and I'd like to now recognize the author of that particular bill, the esteemed gentleman from Tennessee, my good friend, Mr. Duncan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for calling this hearing. As you mentioned, this is an issue I've been working on now for over 20 years. Government competition affects small businesses every day in every congressional district across the country. I've had just about every type of business you can think of come to my office and talk to me about government competition. These businesses range from high-tech companies like engineering firms and low-tech firms such as landscaping companies. This issue affects school bus drivers, truck stop operators, uniform companies, mapping companies, hearing aid dealers, and many, many, many others. This bill proposes a very simple concept. If a federal agency is providing a good or service that can be provided by the private sector more efficiently and cost effectively, we should contract out for that good or service. The activities that are inherently governmental, like national defense and others, are exempted from this process. If the federal agency can provide that good or service at a lower cost, we should certainly allow that government agency to continue to do so. In 1998, I worked with then Senator Craig Thomas of Wyoming on this issue. We were able to get a limited version, a sort of watered-down version of this bill called the Federal Activities and Inventory Reform Act. It was called the FAIR Act at that time, and that we actually got that passed into law. This act requires every federal agency to look at what goods and services they are providing and determine if those are inherently governmental or commercial in nature. In October of 2014, I wrote to the Director of the Office of Management and Budget and asked him how many federal employees were engaged in commercial activities. In January of 2015, I received a letter back from OMB stating that 1.12 million full-time equivalent employees were engaged in activities that are commercial in nature. Let me repeat that. There are 1.12 million federal employees engaged in activities that could be provided by the private sector. I would like to ask unanimous consent to submit a copy of that letter for the record. This bill is...
Without objection, so ordered.
This bill is not about contracting out to the private sector just for the sake of contracting out. This bill is about getting the best service and at the lowest cost for the taxpayers. This bill is not about an attack, certainly an attack on federal employees. I'm a federal employee and I have many hardworking federal employees in my district. It's been hard enough, though, for small businesses to survive over the past many years, and they should not have to compete against their own government to survive. The problem of government competition is not a new one. In fact, during the Eisenhower administration in 1955, at the very first White House Conference on Small Business, freedom from government competition was the #1 issue. And that conference issued a report that said, quote, "The federal government will not start or carry on any commercial activity to provide a service or product for its own use if such a product or service can be procured from the private sector." And this has been one of the top 3 issues of every White House conference on small business since then. I understand that Ranking Member Connolly is the co-chair of the Bipartisan Private-Public Partnership Caucus. I chaired the special panel on P3s in the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee in the last Congress. We had a number of hearings and heard from expert witnesses all across the country, and that is a movement that we need to really get more into as we proceed over these next few years. All across the country, states and cities are seeing the advantages of the savings that can be made by taking advantage of the private sector. In fact, a friend of mine, Mayor Madeline Rogero of Knoxville, who really is one of the most liberal office holders in this country today, just announced that she is going to allow a private company to manage 3 public properties in Knoxville that are used for concerts, fairs, and festivals. And she said that doing this would save over $500,000 for the city of Knoxville. If we can save money in Knoxville, Tennessee by relying on the private sector, I think we can also do some of that, a little bit more of that here. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman for his foresight and his leadership on this particular issue, and obviously the chair notes the presence of not only the gentleman from Tennessee, Congressman Duncan, but my good friend, the gentleman from Texas, the chairman of the Rules Committee, Congressman Sessions. And we appreciate your interest in this topic and welcome your participation today, and I ask unanimous consent that both Congressman Duncan and Sessions will be allowed to fully participate in today's hearing. Without objection, it is so ordered. I'm going to now recognize Mr. Conley, the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Government Operations, for his opening statement.
I thank the chair, and I thank Mr. Duncan for his thoughtfulness in his legislation. I also co-chair the Smart Contracting Caucus, and Taiwan and Turkey and Korea and Morocco and Georgia, and vice chair of the New Dem Coalition, and co-chair of the Sustainable Energy and Environmental Caucus. So I'm busy with a lot of caucuses, but none less important than this. My view on this topic is forged in my experience in local government, 14 years in local government. I knew Mr. Palatiello then when he was on the Planning Commission in Fairfax County. And what I discovered, sometimes to my surprise, was that presuppositions on this subject are not always borne out. I can remember one specific example. When I became chairman of the county, I was looking for something to privatize. I thought to myself, well, surely there are some functions better done in the private sector. And the one I kind of focused on was outsourcing the vehicle maintenance. We had a very big vehicle fleet. And I thought, well, surely the private sector can do at least mundane things like oil changes and that sort of thing. Jiffy Lube, for sure, can do it cheaper than we can. And I had the auditor look at it. I didn't just take the word of county employees. What surprised me, and I think a lot of my colleagues, was actually, no, empirically, we did it cheaper, and the quality of care and service, because that was their mission in life, to make sure that vehicle fleet was always in tip-top shape, couldn't be matched. And it was a lesson. It wasn't that you're always better off insourcing, but it was a lesson in don't assume and approach this in a non-theological way. You shouldn't be looking at the whole issue of outsourcing or insourcing, for that matter, on an a priori basis. Look at it on a case-by-case merit basis. Does it make sense? Does it meet certain criteria in terms of cost, as Mr. Duncan indicated, but also quality? I remember John Glenn. When I first came to the U.S. Senate, I worked inter alia with Senator John Glenn. And the story was told that when he was in that capsule about to take off and circumnavigate the world, somebody asked him after he came back down to earth, you know, what in the world, what must have been in your thought, this profound moment? He said, all I could think of was, I'm sitting on 90,000 pounds of thrust on their little capsule provided by the federal government's lowest bidder. So quality does matter, and common sense matters. And I told labor the same thing as I'm saying here, that we really need to not approach this as a theological issue. Insourcing is not better than outsourcing, and outsourcing isn't better than insourcing. There's nothing intrinsically preferable or good about one versus the other. Where there is domain expertise, where there is the ability to provide quality services at a cost-effective way, that always makes sense. There are some inherently government functions that should never be, in my view, outsourced. Federal oversight of contracts that it lets, for example. Most people I know in the federal contracting world think that would be highly inappropriate to outsource. That ought to be managed by the government, and it puts them in an awkward position when it is outsourced, because they want to bid on contracts, and sometimes it's the competition or even the collaborator who they're evaluating or they're monitoring or managing. So I'm glad for the hearing, but I'm always going to look askance at anything that smacks of theology on this subject. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. I will hold the record open for 5 legislative days for any member who would like to submit a written statement. We'll now recognize our panel of witnesses, and I'm pleased to welcome Mr. John Palatiello, President of the Business Coalition for Fair Contracting, Mr. Maurice McTigue, Vice President of Outreach at the Mercatus Center, and Mr. Donald Kettl, Professor at the School of Public Policy at the University of Maryland. And I would like to now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Chairman of the Rules Committee, Mr. Sessions, to introduce our last witness.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. It's a great delight for me to be back with not only you, but Chairman Duncan, as he spoke very clearly about his work, not only in this committee, but across Congress for government efficiency. I must say I was delighted to hear Mr. Conley speak very clearly about how important government efficiency and the people's money is. Today, I show up really to introduce Mrs. Angela Stiles. Mrs. Stiles is a person who, like the other gentlemen who have been on this panel today, is a distinguished alumnus not only of the United States Congress as a former staffer, but she worked at the OMB in the Office of Management and Budget and served under a great Texan, George W. Bush, and served not only with distinction for the President to try and ensure government efficiency, but was there with a role to make sure that it was done for the benefit of the American people in, as Mr. Connolly said, in a non-theological way. The people of the United States want and need a government that works properly, that takes every dollar that it needs but not a penny more, and ensures that its services are second to none. Angela not only served at OMB, but the General Services Administration. She is a graduate of the University of Virginia and the University of Texas Law School. She is a person who is a mom on the side, but more importantly, a dedicated public servant in her role as a partner with Crowell and Mooring. So I wanted to come here today when I knew that Angela would be here and to let her know that her words of wisdom, her insight from from out in public service and the private sector does matter to us. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to say that we're also passing on much of which we do to the next generation, and we have Meredith Milton, who's here from Parker County, Texas. She goes to the University of South Carolina, and she is one of our interns who came to Washington with the viewpoint of government efficiency and government oversight. So I wanted you to know that just as I was in your chair some 15 or 18 years ago trying to learn much about how we can make the government more efficient, you now are that person in the role along with Mr. Conley, and Meredith is looking out at you and will learn much. And I hope that there are other students who go through our schools, who come to Washington to learn. We have to have a government that can work effectively and efficiently to meet the needs of the American people. Mr. Chairman, the last thing I'd like to say is I'd like to add to the record the statement that I brought and came with, and I want to thank you for allowing me to be here, and I yield back my time.
Without objection, so ordered. I thank the gentleman for his remarks and his introduction, but his long-standing conservative passion to making sure that the government is accountable and efficient. And so with that, conservative passion.
Let the record show, Mr. Chairman, progressives care about it too.
No, it was not meant to be a slight.
No, I know.
If I said that you had a conservative bent, you might not get reelected.
And by the way, I wanted to thank Mr. Sessions for his brilliant remarks, and I hope he'll approve my next amendment when I'm up in the Rules Committee.
We'll do our best to hear you out fully, Mr. Conley, and you know that.
Well, welcome to you all. Pursuant to committee rules, all witnesses will be sworn in before they testify, so I'd ask that you please rise and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Let the record reflect that all witnesses answered in the affirmative. Thank you so much. In order to allow time for discussion, please limit your oral testimony to 5 minutes. Your entire written statement will be made part of the record. Many of our members will be coming and going today, but I can tell you that they have staff that will be following up on that. And so at this point, I would like to recognize you, Ms. Stiles, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman Meadows, Congressman Connolly, Chairman Duncan, members of the subcommittee. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here today, particularly Chairman Sessions for that very kind introduction. I have to say he has been a friend and a mentor throughout my entire career, and I wouldn't be here today without him. And as a native of Dallas, I certainly know there are many issues on his mind today, so thank you very much for the kind introduction. As the former Administrator for Federal Procurement Policy at the Office of Management and Budget from 2001 to 2003, I had the unique opportunity to lead the most significant effort by the federal government to open commercial activities performed by the government to the dynamics of competition between the public and private sectors. I applaud this subcommittee for shining a bright light on the commercial activities performed by public sector employees. These activities have long been insulated from competition or even, frankly, review at all. In my written testimony, I tried to address the bipartisan history behind public-private competition and the demonstrated benefits of market-based government. It isn't just about saving money or moving jobs to the private sector, as you heard Congressman Connolly say. It's about improving the performance of our government for its citizens. It is a travesty, a true travesty of public governance, that public-private competition has been stalled for 8 years, and every attempt to create a true infrastructure for competition has been struck down by special interests. The Bush administration competitive sourcing initiative forced federal government personnel to critically examine their processes and determine how they could improve the delivery of services to remain competitive. Not surprisingly, as the competition increased, so did the pressure to save federal jobs. A series of legislative actions resulted in a full moratorium on public-private competition by 2008. Once in office, the budget request from the Obama administration asked for the continuation of the prohibition. The legislative moratorium shunned market-based government, competition, innovation, and choice. Taxpayers and citizens were the losers. Not only are we paying more for federal employees to perform commercial services, taxpayers are not benefiting from improved service delivery that derives directly from competition. Second, anybody that questions the true benefits of competition is deluding themselves. The cost savings have been proven out over 40 years. My written testimony provides several real examples and citations to significant studies. There are thousands more examples to be studied if you need more evidence. Most significantly, I'd like to point out testimony from 2002 given by Comptroller General David Walker. The testimony was given after studying public-private competition with a panel of experts for over a year, and this is what he said. The panel concluded that the current A76 process has been used to achieve significant savings and efficiencies for the government. Savings result regardless of whether the public or private sector wins the cost comparison. This is because competitive pressures have served to promote efficiency and improve the performance of the activity studied. In standing up the Bush administration competitive sourcing initiative, we made great strides in creating an infrastructure, people and processes for competition. Sadly, the people have moved on over the years. But on a positive note, the processes in place for competition remain. There is a place to start in the executive branch. Now, H.R. 2044, the Freedom from Government Competition Act of 2015, would reverse the 8-year drought. The 8 years that not a single commercial activity performed by the federal government has faced an iota of scrutiny. But at this moment, it's really only Congress that has the ability to allow and then encourage the executive branch to take full advantage of the best capabilities that both sectors have to offer. This concludes my prepared remarks.
Thank you, Ms. Stiles. Mr. Palatiello, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I realize when I say Mr. Chairman, that's inclusive of everyone on this panel who has at one time or another been a chairman. I'm president of the Business Coalition for Fair Competition, and we support the Yellow Pages test. It's a very simple process that says if you can find firms in the Yellow Pages of the phone book that are providing a good or a service, and a government agency that's providing that same good or service, then that government activity ought to be subjected to a review, a private competition to break up what's in effect an in-house monopoly, subject it to market competition, and get a better value for the taxpayer. This is a test that has been successfully applied on a very bipartisan basis by mayors and governors and county executives across the country. Unfortunately, the federal government does not have such a process in place today, and that's for two reasons. First, Congress has failed for more than 80 years to enact legislation to codify such a process, to set the ground rules. Additionally, Congress has imposed a very unfortunate moratorium on OMB Circular A76, which has guided this process administratively since 1955. As Mr. Duncan pointed out, the federal government today has a total workforce of 2.6 million employees, not including our men and women in uniform and the Postal Service. Of that, 1.2 million are in functions that are commercial in nature. This is the aggregate of all of the FAIR Act inventories. So in other words, 43% of the federal workforce is in commercial positions, and only a handful of them have ever been studied to determine whether the in-house function is performing as efficiently as it could. When these studies are conducted, the literature shows that the average saving is 30%, regardless of whether the activity stays in-house or gets contracted. When applied to all 1.12 million positions, the annual potential savings are as much as $35 billion. You asked with regard to best practices, Mr. Chairman, and I would point to the 3DEP, or three-dimensional elevation program of the U.S. Geological Survey in Reston, Virginia, in Mr. Connolly's district. Over a period of some 20 years, USGS has successfully transitioned from being an in-house mapping production agency that, quite frankly, the private sector felt duplicated and competed with them, to where the USGS now uses the private sector for a majority of its mapping data acquisition and processing, and focuses its employees on standards, coordination, and other inherently governmental activities. Perhaps the most successful thing the federal government has done in its 240-year history, in my view, was the original GI Bill. My late father was a D-Day veteran. He was a beneficiary of that program. After World War II, Congress provided every eligible veteran an opportunity to buy a home and get an education. But the government did not start in-house home building and did not start federal schools. The GI Bill was essentially a voucher program, a contracting program. The government used the private sector, let our veterans go out into the market and get what they needed to return to civilian life. That's a bipartisan best practices model I believe the government should emulate again today. You also asked in your invitation, Mr. Chairman, to examine the impact on the private sector from decreased competition. In its last study of A76, the Small Business Administration found that of companies that received these procurements, 71% were small business. So it is clear that the moratorium on A76 harmfully and disproportionately impacts small and small disadvantaged businesses. As has already been stated, this is not about eliminating federal employees. Let's put that myth to rest here today. What this is about is lower cost, better service, but also access to expertise, better quality, improved risk management, innovation, better meeting of peak demand, and timeliness. We have a couple of recommendations that we would like to share with the committee. First, we do support Mr. Duncan's bill, the Freedom from Government Competition Act. Second, the moratorium on A76 should be repealed. Third, insourcing should be ended, or at least there should be a requirement for a reverse A76 to study whether it is more cost-effective to bring something back in-house. We think the establishment of a federal entity to review commercial activities. Mr. Connolly will remember that for about 15 years, Virginia had the Commonwealth Competition Council, was very effective. And we believe that there needs to be an enhancement to federal agency contract management and improvement of the acquisition workforce. Mr. Chairman, today the federal government has become too big to succeed. In an effort to be all things to all people, it cannot effectively provide its core services. The federal government is spread out too thin, carrying out too many activities best left to free enterprise. Using the private sector for commercially available products and services will help focus the government on its core inherently governmental activities, those things that the American people expect from Uncle Sam, and it will improve the effectiveness of those important government activities. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. I'll be happy to take your questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. McTigue, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Meadows, Ranking Member Connolly, I am honoured to have been invited to present testimony in front of you today on the issue of competition in government operations. Before I became a Member of Parliament in New Zealand, I was a farmer. Farmers really understand the value of competition. When you take your stock to market, if there are plenty of buyers, the prices are good. If there is only one buyer, you have a bad day. So I am an enthusiast for competition. Competitive sourcing in government should really be based upon what delivers the best prices with the best goods and services from the best suppliers using the best technology. This is the only acceptable rationale, in my view, for competitive sourcing. I agree with Mr. Connolly, it should not be about ideology, it should be about what's going to provide the best services for the consuming public. Governments have had mixed results with competitive sourcing. One of the reasons, in my view, is that the rules often don't allow the competition to occur. So the rules must be written in such a way that the competition can occur. Some of the other things that have been failures in the process in the past. The first, not accurately defining what best means. Best does not mean cheapest, and best should be able to be defined for every competition, because best when you're delivering social services will require certain components that are very difficult to provide if you just use the normal commercial criteria. Not writing good specifications for the bidding process is often one of the failures in competitive sourcing. That's a professional contract management requirement, and agencies need to have that capability, or they need to buy that capability if they're going to embark in competition. No departures from the contract is a really important criteria, because competitive sourcing often gets a bad name by people being able to lowball their bid, knowing full well that they'll get a departure from the contract which will allow them to readjust the price at a later date. That discredits the whole of the process and makes everybody consider it to be unfair. There should be fixed terms for the contracts, so no automatic renewals, so that the bidding process can be repeated over and over again. The competition has to be seen to be fair. It needs to be fair to the public sector bidders, and it needs to be fair to the private sector bidders. When I arrived in the United States in 1997, Al Gore was in the middle of his reinventing government process, and I attended many forums on just exactly that. There were two outstanding mayors that presented at many of those forums. Mayor John Norquist from Milwaukee, a Democrat, and Mayor Stephen Goldsmith from Indianapolis, a Republican. Both of them used competitive sourcing to help rescue their city budgets. Their experiences saw successful bidders come from the private sector and the public sector. Their experience showed that in the next iteration of those contracts, they often saw them turn around. What they got from that, though, was a big win for the citizens, and that those cities received better services at better prices. I just want to now quote an example from New Zealand, which is a variation on this process. One of the things that the New Zealand government did was that it allowed government departments to compete to provide goods and services with each other. We called it internal markets. But a department that had a very high quality legal department could sell those services to another department, or they could combine to buy payroll services or HR services, accounting, data collection. They might buy that from the private sector or the public sector, but they were looking at how you can utilize competition to improve the quality of those services. This needs to be a strictly contractual undertaking with legally enforceable contracts. It might surprise you, but when government departments deal with each other, they frequently cheat. So you need to be able to stop the cheating if the competition is going to remain fair. In conclusion, the success with this process should be measured in terms of improved services, greater innovation, technological superiority. It shouldn't be measured in terms of this group got it or that group got it. I hope this initiative is adopted as part of cost efficiencies and service improvement. Thank you for the chance to testify, and I'll be very happy to take your questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Professor Kettl, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Meadows and Ranking Member Connolly. It's a great pleasure to have a chance to be able to appear before you this morning, and it's also a great privilege to have a chance to continue the conversations with Mr. Grothman. For years in Wisconsin, we worked hard to try to improve government performance, and it's just such a great privilege and opportunity to be able to continue that conversation here today. The primary point of my testimony is to focus on the best lessons for procurement and acquisitions from the private sector. And what the private sector teaches us is that effective procurement and contracting requires a smart buyer, a buyer that first knows what it is that the buyer wants to buy, second, that the buyer knows how to try to choose a good supplier and providing the highest quality of goods and services at the lowest and best prices, and finally making sure that the supplier provides what it is that in fact the buyer wants to go out and purchase. Those are the important lessons of the private sector, and those are the things that government needs to do and do even better. And what I want to suggest, there are 5 ways of going about doing that. First is to recognize that contracts for commercial products are an essential part of this and become in fact a more important part of government's strategy. That at this point, contracting represents 2/5 of all federal discretionary spending, and commercial items as a percentage of all contracting has actually gone up significantly in the last 5 years, from 21.3% of all federal contracts to 25.2% in the last figures in 2015. So that in fact we have an increasing trend of more commercial products being part of government contracting, even though government contract spending as a whole has declined for a variety of reasons. But it's clear that we are, in fact, focusing significant attention on the purchase of commercial products. The second item, though, is that we need to focus essentially on the management of contracts and contractors, because contracts, and we learned this from the private sector, do not manage themselves. We can look over a series of issues in the last few years, whether it's the Office of Personnel Management's challenges in trying to manage the employee background checks, problems in Medicare where about 1 out of every $10 spent on Medicare is spent on programs that, and on payments that are judged improper, where a company in the last year paid a $146 million fine for false claims filed for supplies to, for our troops in Afghanistan. It's clear that contracts don't manage themselves, and good federal management is essential to ensure that we get our money's worth for the money that we spend. The third point is that, in fact, strong contract management can reap big success. I've recently completed a study of GAO's high-risk list of the programs in the federal government most prone to fraud, waste, abuse, and mismanagement. And there are 2 things that are important coming out of that study. The first is that half of all of the programs in the high-risk list have been identified as having problems in contract management. That's the bad news. The good news is that over the last 25 years, 24 areas have been taken off that list, and of the 24 areas, half of them have been taken off because of improvements in contract management. So that effective contract management is essential to try to deal with the underlying problems. There are several issues and examples throughout the federal government where that's in fact happened. NASA is a premier example, as is the DoD's effort at improving supply chain management, and I'd be happy to discuss that more in the question period as well. The fourth point is that all of this depends on an effective cost comparison system. That is, if we want to try to buy from the best and the cheapest supplier, we need to know who that is. And the problem, unfortunately, at this point is that, as GAO has shown in a series of studies, our current cost comparison systems are simply inadequate. We do not have a good methodology for making good, sustained, effective comparisons about who it is who's cheaper. The problems are many, in part trying to assess the relative value of the salaries, assessing fringe benefits, looking at overhead rates, total life cycle costs, capacity, transparency, flexibility questions. These are all eminently solvable problems, but at this point we're handicapped in making comparisons because we do not have a common and accepted methodology for how to go about doing that. What we most need, if we're going to try to advance our efforts to try to improve increased contracting out for commercially available products is to have a system where we know and can have confidence in the cost comparisons that we're making. And one suggestion I would make, in fact, is a Federal Advisory Committee that will look carefully into this question so that we know that, in fact, we're getting our money's worth. The fifth point is that new and enhanced strategies for improving the effectiveness of contract management could vastly improve our ability to be able to get our money's worth. And that means, in particular, focusing on human capital inside government and improve category management to try to improve the government's ability to be able to buy as one and reduce the level of duplication and improve relationships with those who supply goods and services to government. So, Mr. Chairman, that concludes my remarks, and I'd be very happy to try to answer any questions that the committee may have. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Professor Kettl. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Mulvaney, for 5 minutes.
Thank the Chairman. I thank everybody for participating. Reminds me of my days on small business, which I miss from time to time. Ms. Stiles, we'll start with you and just go down the aisle. I want to talk with you a little bit about the history, because I was not aware until recently of the demise of the A-76 competition program. Tell me, why? Why did the administration say they wanted to discontinue or suspend this program?
Well, I mean, it's largely about federal jobs. It's protecting the federal jobs. It's the labor unions, the federal employee labor unions protecting those jobs. It's as simple as that.
But the argument was made, right? It was supposed to save money, correct?
Yes.
How did that work out?
Not so well.
Tell me about that.
Well, it's very clear from history, and there's very clear from 40 years of history in studying A-76 and studying the competitions, there are cost savings. Could there be better ways to measure, as Professor Kettl pointed out? Absolutely. But there's just there have been dynamics for 40 years about the politics of this and whether you want the federal jobs to stay in place or whether you want those jobs to go to the private sector. And so you see, it's back and forth, or it's a pendulum, however you want to describe it. Sometimes we look at it and say, we really need to examine these commercial activities. And other times we say, oh, we've examined them. We need to protect the federal employees. So it's been back and forth, even though it's very, very clear when you subject these jobs to the pressures of competition, whether the private sector wins, the public sector wins, you get cost savings and you get better service.
Mr. Palatiello, is the private sector ready to step up and have these competitions again? Are there businesses that are prepared to provide the same services that the government does?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. They're providing it in the marketplace today. You have examples where you have one federal agency, for example, that considers something inherently governmental, and another is successfully contracting for that service. So you have firms, for example, I'll use the mapping example that I mentioned in my testimony. You have the Geological Survey that has demonstrated very successfully how to use the private sector in this field. But then you have, for example, NOAA that still does a significant amount of its hydrographic surveying and mapping in-house. I got an email the other day from a company, and this is not unusual. I get these every couple of months. Companies that have indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity contracts for surveying and mapping with the Corps of Engineers, and then don't get task orders, don't get any work out of the contract. And then they go on FedBiz Ops, and that same office of the Corps of Engineers is spending millions of dollars to buy equipment to beef up its in-house capability, but yet they're telling the firm, we don't have any requirements, we don't have any money.
Is the federal government still in the pest extermination business?
It is to a certain degree, and we applaud your efforts in that regard. There is a negotiated settlement between USDA and the pest management industry, but that's an example. This is a little bit of a dated example, but there was this is no disrespect to the dais, but there was a pest problem here on the Hill. Did the Congress contract out to a private company? No, they brought in the Department of Agriculture. No competitive bidding.
And I still have the mice traps in my office. Mr. McTigue, thank you. You mentioned something I'd never even considered before, which is competition, an intra-government competition. Could you tell us very briefly about more details about that, what you guys did in New Zealand? I've never heard of such a thing. Never even occurred to me.
One of the things that happens inside government is that you often have to build a capability for a pretty small operation. So a relatively small agency has to build legal services, accounting services, payroll services, HR services. It's just smart to say, hey, not everybody has to do that. so-and-so next door has excess capacity there, we will buy it from them. In some cases, they will actually buy that, get together and buy it from the private sector.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you've just, something's just popped into my head because we've had similar hearings on this exact topic, or something similar, I think, in this room, which is computer security. That certain agencies within the government do a tremendous job of protecting their computer systems, and others do a really, really lousy job and don't even use some of the same systems. Would that be, could you do the same type of competition in that service area?
Certainly. But one of the experiences of the New Zealand government after having made huge mistakes in technology purchases was to actually start contracting for capabilities. So what kind of capability do we want on people's desks? And we would buy that services. So instead of buying computers and servers, you bought that capability and the provider made certain that you had that capability there all the time and it was continually renewed. It also meant that you didn't have to go through dealing with the problem of getting capital for new purchases because you were now buying a service that was outside the capital budget.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Professor Kettl, I don't have any time left, but I have to. You said something, sir, that stunned me, in fact, shocked me. You said you had had pleasant conversations with Mr. Grothman.
Yep, that's actually true, sir.
Can you, afterwards, can you teach us how to do that? Because we're I yield back the balance of my time that I don't have. Thank you.
I think the chair recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Conley, for 5 minutes.
I thank the chair, and it may come as a further shock to my friend from South Carolina. I remember we had one vote, I can't remember when now, it's a number of years ago, on the floor, and I was the only Democrat at that time who supported A76. I mean, it was a lonely place. But I have been consistent in my position.
Have you figured out the Grothman thing yet?
And I'm working on that one.
Okay, all right.
I'm working on that one. We're working through a dictionary and the whole thing. I will say, sometimes people are consistent and inconsistent. Secretary Gates, when he was Secretary of Defense, of all people, a Bush holdover, announced that there was too much outsourcing, and we needed to just put an artificial limit on it. And it reminded me of the scene in Amadeus where, you know, the emperor is saying to Mozart, you know, your music's beautiful, but there are just too many notes. Cut out a few, it would be perfect. And Mozart says, well, which notes did His Majesty have in mind? How does one, is there some platonic ideal of what constitutes just the right percentage of outsourcing, or just the right percentage of insourcing? And so I've tried to be consistent. I took on Secretary Gates, and we won that battle, actually, in Virginia, about, no, we're not going to have artificial limits, and there is no such thing as too much or too little. And I'm going to be boringly consistent in that. It may not always make you happy, because probably your prejudice on this side of the table tilts toward the private sector can always do it better. That's actually not always true. Just factually, not always true, as I discovered in running a local government. On the other hand, there are some things that absolutely, the expertise is there, the management expertise and so forth. Ms. Stiles, I took your point about wanting to expand the outsourcing of services, which really began in bulk under Ronald Reagan, and maybe to the surprise of some, actually expanded under Bill Clinton and sustained under George W. Bush and expanded. But one of the things I think would be a fair criticism, and my guess is Professor Kettl would agree, during those years of growth in outsourcing in the Bush years, what we did not do was keep up with quality contract management. We actually, the ratio changed lower, and the risk of that is bad project management, losses, waste, and sometimes fraud. You agree? If you look back in terms of area of self-criticism. Would that be a fair criticism from your point of view?
Well, I do agree, but I think there were a number of things going on. So you were in a post-2000 9/11 environment, right? And so the federal government spending with the private sector went from $200 billion to $600 billion, and that's right after we'd gotten through Clinton administration cuts to the federal workforce and to the federal contracting workforce. Honestly, it was too much for them to handle altogether at that time.
Professor Kettl, you want to comment on that?
Sure, and there are a couple points that are worth making. The first is that whoever it is who can do the job best and most cheaply ought to do the job. And we have a hard time trying to make those comparisons. But the other thing, and this is a lesson that the private sector teaches us, contracts don't manage themselves. And one of our real problems, and if you look at sustained studies from OMB and GAO over the years, is that our acquisitions workforce is not strong enough and is not capable enough to be able to do the jobs that we're asking it to do. Yeah. The same things would be true for the private sector as well, and the costs of that are everything from the fact that 1 out of every $10 spent on Medicare through contracts is subject to improper payments and is a major problem. If you look at GAO's high-risk list, we have a huge number of programs that are on the list because of inadequate contract management. So contracting out makes great sense, but only makes sense if we have the capacity to be able to manage the contracts well.
Yeah. I think that's really key. If we're going to expand on outsourcing, we've got to have the contract management capability, the procurement and management capability, and as contracts get more technical, more technically detailed and complex, that becomes even more of a challenge. Because, quite frankly, I mean, I worked in the private sector for 20 years for 2 IT companies. The federal government has difficulty just matching the expertise of the private sector on the other side of the contract table, even when both parties mean well and want to make sure it works, let alone, you know, but the federal, increasingly the federal manager on the other side is older and less skilled technically if we're talking about IT contracts, big systems integration contracts, for example. And what can go wrong when you don't really have the expertise to manage a multi-billion-dollar, multi-year complex? Even you need help from the outside in even determining the terms of reference for the contract. Because you may know in layman's terms what you want to accomplish, but translating that technically into a contract so that the specified services are matched against your objectives, actually even that requires increasingly private sector expertise to help. And what can go wrong with that? Well, self-dealing, conflicts of interest, and so forth. Mr. Palatiello, you look like you want to comment on that.
I do, Mr. Connolly. My congressman. You make an excellent point, but I would place a caveat. If a federal agency doesn't have the expertise, because it's an aging population, it's not current with technology, that it can't write specifications and can't write a contract, you cannot then conclude that that agency has the capability to actually do that technology work in-house. And if you're not smart enough to go out and buy it, it's like the experience I once had. You know, I walked into the kitchen one day and Sally says to me, the garbage disposal is broken. I have a decision to make. Do I try to replace it myself or do I call the plumber and have him come in? Well, I tried to fix it myself.
Yeah,
you know, in a couple of days and several.
But in this case, there's no question about that. They are outsourcing, but they're having, I'm getting at the contract management piece, and it starts with how you write the terms of reference for what you think you need.
And we need the workforce to do that.
Yes.
I stated that in my testimony as well. And that's an inherently governmental function. That is right. You don't want contractors hiring contractors on behalf of the government. That is a very important function. And it's a question of priorities. We need to have a good, strong acquisition workforce, a stronger acquisition workforce in the government. Absolutely essential.
Absolutely, and I just stand on this because I can tell you know this, but I mean, the private sector doesn't want to be in that position. The private sector doesn't want to be in the position of substituting itself for contract management because it creates, well, it can sometimes eliminate them from competing. Because if you're going to do that, you can't compete for the actual work. The government has kind of sometimes strict and funny conflict of interest rules that preclude the ability of companies, even pro bono, to provide expertise that we sometimes need. My time is up, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for indulging me.
I thank the gentleman. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 5 minutes.
Thanks much. Professor, first of all, for Professor Kettl, how'd you wind up over here?
I'm here, actually, in what may have been a mistaken judgment, I left Wisconsin and I'm now at the University of Maryland, where I actually served as dean for 5 years, and I'm now a professor of public policy.
Okay, very good. Now you got that.
But I still want to, for the record, assert the fact that remain a shareholder of the Green Bay Packers.
Very good, very good. Okay, I have questions for Ms. Stiles or Mr. McTigue. The competitive sourcing critics say that any cost savings is eaten up by the cost of administering the competition. Is there any truth to that charge? You want to respond to that charge?
So, of course, there's a cost to administering it. There's an infrastructure of people that actually have to run the competitions and that have to manage the contracts, but the cost savings are so significant, whether it stays in-house or whether it goes out to the private sector, it is not wholly eaten up. There are still cost savings, and frankly, there are still tremendous benefits of simply the pressure of competition giving us better performance and better service.
Is there any way we can measure, the savings we had the last time we used the A76 competition?
Well, what I was fascinated by is I left the government at the end of 2003, and competitive sourcing continued to build, a lot of the infrastructure for the civilian agencies built on what had been done by the Clinton administration at DOD and pushed it out to civilian agencies. I've been really stunned by the lack of data and information from those competitions. It used to be out there. There was a law that required the information to be out there about the cost savings. It has almost entirely been taken down from the White House websites and the agency websites. The data should be there. It was reported to Congress, but it's there. There's just very, very little analysis of the most recent iteration.
So if I wanted to be a little bit jaded, I might wonder if there is a lot of cost savings, but for political reasons you want to hide the savings. You think that's what's going on here?
I am really worried about that because I was stunned. The Professor Kettl actually mentioned a Federal Advisory Committee panel. There was one, led by David Walker in 2002. This is the report that they came out with. It cannot be found on the internet. It literally, how is that possible that a year's worth of efforts with a panel of 10 experts is not available on the internet? And this talks about the savings.
Can you extrapolate from that report on the savings that you think we might have today if we were?
Absolutely. I went back, and this was only, a few days' effort, because Mr. Palatiello and I have lots of old files that we don't rely on the internet necessarily to keep. And I went back through GAO reports, the Center for Naval Analysis, and I just scratched the surface of the ones that are available that demonstrate the cost savings. They're really hard to find now, though.
Okay.
Mr. Grothman?
Yes.
If I may, after Ms. Stiles left the Office of Federal Procurement Policy, the program continued, and OFPP was issuing annual reports. The last one was in May of 2008, reported on the competitive sourcing results for fiscal year 2007, and it documented the 2003 to 2007 savings at $7.2 billion, with the majority of the savings to be realized over the next 5 years, and the annualized expected savings of over $1 billion. I have the full report. It is rather lengthy, whether you want to enter it into the record or not.
And it's not on the internet. I looked for it. I could not. You may have been able to easily.
I think it can be found in some back archive someplace. It is not on the White House website any longer. But that is the most recent report that actually documents the savings that were achieved.
Professor Kettl, you must do research all the time. Do you find this is sometimes something you deal with in government? If the results are not what they want, it kind of gets hidden, and you can't find the results?
In terms of trying to track down, especially old documents, things from the late 90s and early 2000s are sometimes refugees from the internet, and this is information we need to try to recapture. But the broader point is that it is undoubtedly the case that we can save money by effective contracting. It's also undoubtedly the case that we can lose substantial money from ineffective contracting. We can create fraud, waste, and abuse by contracting managed poorly, and we can improve government performance by managing it well. And what we really need to do is to make sure we do more of the good stuff and less of the bad stuff. And our problem is creating the capacity for being able to do that and making the cost comparisons to make sure that we're making the smart decisions. And that's where the really difficult problems are.
Do you think it's coincidence that that stuff's not on the internet, of all the things that are on the internet?
I think it probably, I can point to lots of stuff from back in the late 90s and early 2000s that I've been looking for and just can't find anymore either. So it may very well be, especially if it's not the product of a particular agency that didn't have archival policies at that point.
We'll give you one more question, and this is for Ms. Stiles again. Should we are there any limitations we should place on the 876 competitions? Either you or any one of the folks.
Sure. I mean, there are inherently governmental functions, and that's a public policy decision to make. I mean, there's times after 2011 that we thought screening at airports was an inherently governmental function. And so there are some things that should be off limits, but saying that nothing should happen, that there should be zero examination of commercial activities is not the right response.
Yeah, it seems the answer should be obvious. Thanks much, and
I thank the gentleman. Ms. Stiles, if you'll get the report to this committee, we'll make sure that it's on the internet in short order, and I can assure you that it will not disappear. And Mr. Palatiello, if you've got something that you think would be prudent, and I think Professor Kettl makes a good point, is we need to look at the balance. Good data always makes for at least informed decisions. And so in doing that, it doesn't always make for good decisions, but it makes for informed decisions. And so as we do that, we will do that. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Duncan, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank all of the witnesses for what I think has been very interesting and informative testimony. I tell people in my district all the time that we all don't hate each other up here. That some people out in the country seem to think that's the case, and that everything is so partisan and divisive. I think I get along with almost all the Democrats in the Congress, but at the same time, I will say that in this committee we have had many fairly contentious hearings. This has been about the most pleasant hearing I think we've ever had in this committee, because I think I agree with about everything that everybody said here today. Mr. Connolly talked about outsourcing the oil change functions and so forth. And I can tell you, I said in my statement, I said, this bill is not about contracting out to the private sector for the sake of just contracting things out. This bill is about getting the best service and at the lowest cost for the taxpayers. And Professor Kettl talked about how we need to manage these contracts better, and I agree with that, because I can tell you, I'm horrified when I read about some federal contractor who's ripping the taxpayers off. That's not what this is about at all. Mr. Connolly talked about all the caucuses that he chairs, and he is a very hardworking and effective member. And I will tell you that in this Congress, of course, in the Congress, to have an official caucus, you have to have a Republican co-chair and a Democratic co-chair. I'm the Republican chair of the Clean Water Caucus because that's a special interest of mine. But I think it's about 12 years ago, the British Embassy called up and said they had run a genealogy and found out that I had more Scottish heritage than just about anybody in the Congress, and they asked me would I form a Friends of Scotland caucus. And I was a little surprised at that, but I did that, and I still co-chair that caucus, and I really enjoy that. And I get teased all the time about being too tight. And maybe it's because of that Scottish heritage. But I remember I was told that they had 2 thick notebooks at one department that had biographical sketches of all the members of Congress, and it had at the bottom, it had questions commonly asked at hearings. And they said on most members it didn't have many questions listed, but it said under mine, it said, how much does it cost? And you know, I thought, well, they've gotten me pretty accurately, but I think that we haven't had enough members who have asked that question as much as we should have. And Mr. Connolly is correct also in saying that I guess that most of us on this side do generally favor the private sector. Professor Kettl, do you think that, what would you say to this? As a general rule, do you think the private sector does things more economically and efficiently than the public sector, or would you disagree with that?
I think it's a question that needs to be examined. Sometimes the answer is yes, sometimes the answer is no. Sometimes what government seeks to buy is not the kind of stuff that the private sector supplies. Sometimes when it comes to a lot of commercial activities, it does. And I think, as Mr. Connolly pointed out earlier, what's essential is to try to figure out what we want to buy, who can supply it best, and how the government can make sure it gets its money's worth. And that is the set of core questions that we have to examine. And there isn't, I think, a black or white question on this. And we've sometimes gotten ourselves into the biggest problems by assuming we know the answers to the questions before we start looking at the evidence. I think we need just a much more careful examination of cost comparisons to be able to do this. And that, I think, is the key to unlocking the 876 question.
Well, I think that's exactly right, what you've just said. And I also have read about these, the 10% of improper payments in the Medicare program, and that's something that we all want to fight and do as much as we can about. I guess another thing, I always usually root for the underdog in sports, and I usually almost always root for the small business against the big business. So one reason I've worked with Mr. Palatiello for so many years is, you know, he's testified here today that 71% of the businesses that would benefit from this primarily are small businesses. And do any of you question or doubt this when he said that this the potential savings here are probably $35 billion or more? Would any of you question that? In other words, do all of you agree that there can be substantial savings?
I certainly agree, yes.
If we expand this, Mr. McTigue?
I just want to make two comments there, Mr.
Sure.
Duncan, that I think are important. The first is, one of my jobs in government was controlling government spending. You can save all of the money if you stop doing everything. So there's a trade-off. You're going to spend some money, but what you really need to measure is what you get in return. So sometimes the lowest price is not necessarily the best deal.
Right.
I think that's very important. The second thing is, unrelated to this, please don't think that A76 is a miraculous, perfect document. I'd start off with a big red pencil and get rid of 3/4 of it. It tries to micromanage the process too much. And if you were just judging the end result, you would get a much better result than you would by using all of that micromanagement, because a lot of the accountability is for complying with the process rather than getting the best result.
Right. Mr. Palatiello, this isn't all just about saving money, though, is it? Aren't there other potential benefits?
Well, yes, and I spelled them out in my testimony in terms of bringing in innovation, being able to manage the workforce for peak loads, things of that nature. But two other points. One is I think all the kumbaya has just gone out because Mr. McTigue would take a red pen to A76, and he's sitting here with the author of the last version of A76. So I think Angela may be a little offended by that. Let me point out something that we really haven't discussed in detail this morning, and the reason why I stand behind my $35 billion figure. The way A76 works is an agency says, okay, we have a widget-making function that we have in our agency, and we're using government employees, and we have 100 federal employees involved in making widgets, and we're going to compete that against the private sector. Well, the first thing that occurs is that 100-person widget-making function goes through what's called an MEO, a most efficient organization, re-engineering. And they may determine that they can make widgets with 75 people. Well, it's that 75-person function that then gets competed against the private sector. And the better provider wins. So the taxpayer saves, in terms of cost saving, the taxpayer saves regardless of whether the activity gets contracted out or stays in-house, because then that 75-person MEO gets implemented and the savings are achieved. I would point out in the study that, or the report from OMB that I cited earlier, in fiscal year 2007, this was not something that was applauded by the private sector. 73% of the A76s that were conducted in fiscal year 2007 stayed in-house, but there were still savings. So your bill, for example, Mr. Duncan, doesn't mandate contracting out. It mandates some type of review. Do something with that commercial activity so a saving and an efficiency will be achieved regardless of whether the work is contracted or not. So to Mr. Connolly's point, no, our position is not that the private sector is always more efficient than the government. We think things always ought to be studied and competed to make the determination as to who should be the better provider.
Well, I've gone way over on my time, and I apologize, but let me just let me say this. We were able to pass this earlier bill out of this committee, and it's in law, and I'm very pleased about that. But what we're trying to do is go a little bit further, expand on that, and I think that it would be a good thing if we could do that. And that's what this is about. Anyway, I'll stop. I will say this, Mr. McTigue. I came to New Zealand many years ago. It's a beautiful country, and they actually had me shear a sheep on a sheep farm there. And my dad told me many years ago, he said, everything looks easy from a distance. And I can tell you there's a lot of truth in that, because that is a very difficult thing. The professionals make it look pretty easy, but it's not.
Every Scots person should be able to shear a sheep.
Thank you.
I thank the gentleman for his questions and his interest in this topic. So let me, the chair recognizes himself for a series of questions, and so I just want to try to bring some of this into focus in two ways. One is I want to thank all of you for being here today, and actually for the genteel way that we've had differing opinions bantered back and forth. And I think I would agree with Mr. Duncan that it's refreshing. I would be remiss, however, if I would suggest that we're all on the same sheet of music at this particular point, because this is the start, and I would like to reemphasize the start of really looking at procurement overall and how we do it and how it should be done, what are best practices. Mr. Conley and I have really agreed to start to lay the foundation for real reform that will not happen this year, and so that foundation will start to be laid, hopefully again in the spring of the next term, provided that both of our constituencies believe that we should return. And then from there, start to make a real progress on how we look at procurement overall, whether it is the public-private side of things, whether it is procurement overall, whether it is best practices. And this is much larger than just this particular contracting issue. With that being said, it is incumbent on all of you, all four of you, to get us real details on what you see are the problems associated with this. Mr. Conley actually has two very tough constituencies. He has federal contractors and federal workforce, of which those have some, at times, competing interest with regard to this particular issue that he has articulated. He has also been one who has been very transparent in saying he wants to make sure that we do the best thing at the right time, at no expense to the American taxpayer, and I've taken him at his word. We've been able to work in a real bipartisan way there. So with that being said, here's what I would like each one of you to comment on. As we start to look at the procurement process, and if we're going to go from less insourcing to more outsourcing, one of the troubling things, and I see some of our federal contractors here that I get, it gets to be we have an outside firm who is going to do some federal work. but we put so many parameters on it that we don't actually allow the outside firms to come forward with a proposal that will actually be implemented in an effective way. So then the finger pointing starts. I used to have general contractors that worked for me. So you had a general contractor who said, well, it wasn't my fault. It was the subcontractor over here, or it was this person. What I need from each one of you for you to comment on is where you get that conflict, where you have a federal agency that puts out an RFP that is maybe too ambiguous, and so everybody is bidding on this, and then all of a sudden we try to work it out later on in the process. And Mr. McTigue, have you ever seen that happen in the public arena?
Absolutely, and also had the task of stopping it from happening. And one of the things is what I mentioned in my testimony, readily allowing departures from the signed contract, because around that you get changes to terms and conditions and changes to payments, and then it's not fair to all of those who failed in the bid. The second thing I would say about that is that there's too much focus on how many jobs are being contracted. I think that it's the task that you're contracting that is more important, and whether or not you can get better outcomes from putting that out to competition. And part of it is not just about price, it's about how can we do it better. That might be better technology, it might just be better empathy with the subject groups that you're going to deal with. Also, sometimes it means that the best bid is one you have to turn down. I got a bid once, we were contracting out debt collection. And that was very effective. We were getting a lot of debts that previously were hard to collect. One of the bidders was actually the Road Knights motorcycle gang. And they theoretically had a very good record at collecting money, but we had to say, no, you're not a satisfactory bidder. So those things have to be taken into account in the process.
Point well taken. Ms. Stiles, in that Mr. McTigue would like to redline most of your proprietary work. How would you take some of that and streamline it so that we can be more efficient and effective as it relates to the contracting and procurement process?
Well, what I really appreciate about this hearing is, I will tell you, my 3 years at OMB, and I must have testified like more than 20 times on this issue while I was in the government, is that rarely do people understand that public-private competition wasn't going to be effective unless our procurement system was really effective. And I think what you're finding today is that as the dollars increased going out the door to federal contractors, and it wasn't just public-private competition, it was just because we were spending more to fight terrorism, really, is that the oversight increased. And so what you see today is you've got the Department of Justice, DCAA, you've got the IGs, you've got AUSAs, you've got the press that all look at contractors, and what's happened is there's been this extraordinary chill in the discussions between them. So when you describe the situation where the government comes out because nobody will talk to them about what their requirement is. They don't really have enough information from the private sector to really put together a good RFP. And then when things start going bad, they're even scared to talk to the government about it just because, are we going to be investigated? Is my contracting officer going to be investigated? Is my company going to be investigated? So it's created a real chill in the procurement system in terms of providing the best service, I think, for the taxpayer. I will say, though, in the A76 process and in rewriting it, like anything else, it's a compromise. We worked extremely closely, believe it or not, with the AFGE on rewriting that. The door was very open. They commented on many versions of it. I'm not going to say that it was always friendly, but the door was always open, and we worked really hard on that. I think after I left, it became just more difficult between the administration and the AFGE, and it's really critically important, whether you rewrite A76 or not, that you really have both parties at the table to compromise, and it's going to be a compromise, and sometimes that means that compromise on how you do the process is pretty complicated. But I will say, my mantra in running my law firm is that you should never let the perfect be the enemy of the good enough. And so here you see $1.2 million commercial activities that aren't being competed. Do something. Actually take a look at some of these things as opposed to waiting for the perfect process or the perfect cost comparison. That will never exist.
Professor Kettl, obviously, as you've looked at this, you can see a number of the cost issues. Have you seen there being a very difficult time to determine that real cost comparison? So you have public sector, private sector. You know, I was in the private sector all my life, and I put everything in there because, I mean, whether it was the gas to get vehicles there, I had to figure it, because if I made a mistake, it meant that I had to declare bankruptcy. And so it was accounting for all those costs. And at times, in the public sector, we don't necessarily do that. So would you suggest that the current cost analysis at times is ambiguous? Or, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you've looked at that and testified to that.
Sure. You could look at whether it's ambiguous, whether it's uncertain. At the very least, it's contentious. The basic problem is we just don't have an agreed-upon methodology for making the cost comparisons. If the basic point is whoever it is who can do the job best and cheapest ought to get the work, we need to be able to figure out how to do that and how to have some consensus on agreeing on what that looks like, and we have no consensus on how to do that. My suggestion is to circle back perhaps to this idea of creating an advisory committee to establish a methodology that creates a level playing field. This is a set of rules by which everybody will agree to play, and it's something that in the coming year may be something that could be the foundation for both trying to reinvigorate A76 and being able to establish the goal of giving the work to whoever it is who can do it best and cheapest.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, there are three things that I would add. First of all, the FAIR Act was a compromise. As Mr. Duncan indicated, he had an earlier version of the Freedom from Government Competition Act. There was a negotiation between the private sector. I was chairing the Procurement and Privatization Council of the U.S. Chamber at the time, so I was very much involved in those discussions, AFGE and the Clinton administration. And what we all could agree to was the FAIR Act. I would agree with Mr. Duncan that the shortcoming, and one thing we had to give in that was the FAIR Act says do the inventory and then review everything on the inventory. We could not reach agreement as to what constituted that review. The term was not defined. And his current bill tries to establish what that review process is. I would agree that when I cited before, when in the last year where there's a report from the Bush administration that 73% of the competitions went to the government, the private sector was saying, well, we don't have a good methodology for calculating the in-house government cost. There's no way they could be winning that percentage. So I would agree that revisiting that issue is probably worthwhile. Three things that I think are absolutely essential. One, as I think many of us have said, is training and rebuilding that acquisition workforce. The second is communication, and Ms. Stiles mentioned that. It is amazing today when a government agency puts out an RFP, the communication shuts down. Oh, I can't talk to you about this because we have to preserve procurement integrity. You know, I can't, if I tell you something, I'm afraid I won't tell one of your competitors. So the communication just gets shut down, and that's not good for the process. So I think that's another thing we have to review. And the third is, surprisingly, the communication within the government. Often the program manager, whether this is a regular procurement or an A76, the program manager often doesn't see the RFP until it's out in the I'm dating myself, Commerce Business Daily, Fed Biz Ops. So there's this lack of communication between the contracting officers and the program people that actually have to use the service or product once it's purchased. So I think enhancing that communication would really improve the process all the way around. Communication within the government and communication between the government and the firms that are seeking to compete for the contract.
All right. Well, thank you all. I'm going to recognize the ranking member, Mr. Conley, for his closing remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the panel, and good luck with that apples to apples thing. I mean, we have that problem even within the private sector because there are people who come in and low bid and win contracts, and I can remember arguing about whether they had fully loaded costs in their proposal and so forth, and accurate overhead and administrative costs and so forth. So, and at the end of the day, this happens all the time, but I mean, for various and sundry reasons, sometimes because of set-asides or whatever, but somebody wins a contract, absolutely patently does not have the capacity to undertake the contract, and then has to subcontract with the people who do have the expertise. And it's a bit of a shell game so that we meet checkboxes or meet certain statistical goals. And I'm not sure the public is well served by that, or the private sector, frankly, is well served by that, but that's a different issue. I just want to point out in context, to end, Mr. Chairman, because one would not want the impression left from this hearing that somehow we're starving the private sector of federal government business. We spend over $500 billion a year on outside products and services. And that's a pretty big increase from where we started, say, at the beginning of the Bush administration in 2000. We grew 87% in that time period. It's growing at a rate of about 5% a year. Contracting also grew as a percentage of total federal spending during that time. So it's not like, well, yeah, but if you look at the total pie, it shrunk. No, actually, contracting grew from 11% to 15%. And then a final point that the GAO presented to us, the federal government spends more on contract employees, your point when you were talking about my district, than it does on public employees. GAO pointed out that non-DOD agencies spent $126 billion in service contractors, and DOD spent $184 for a total of $310 billion. The total cost of federal civilian employees, excluding Postal Service, they're not exactly federal employees, by way of contrast, was $240 billion. So, again, for me it's not theology, but I did want to put it in context. Actually, contracting has grown. Non-federal employment in this context has also grown, and the federal workforce as a percentage or in a ratio to U.S. population has actually shrunk. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman. I'd like to thank all of our witnesses for being here. And so let me just close by saying this. It is not my policy nor my desire to hold hearings just to hold hearings. And I think you'll find the ranking member and I have been committed to not only hold hearings, but to follow up on those things. So whether it's input from stakeholders, whether it's input from you as witnesses and experts in this field, if you will get it to this committee, this fits into really a painting that we've started to paint on a canvas that when we came in really was blank. We said we're going to take a blank canvas, make no assumptions, and then start to put the different images on the canvas. And by that, whether it is this, whether it is job sharing, whether it is FTARA, whether it is the Data Act, a number of these areas that start to bring in different parameters on what we do well and what we don't do well. We are in that information gathering process, but it is one that we will be tenacious and diligent on until ultimately we come up with a product that incorporates something like Mr. Duncan has in his and a number of other legislative remedies, and then working with whatever administration is there to hopefully look at the procurement process that advances the efficiency and accountability that we all want. So I want to thank you, look forward to your continued input, and with that, if there's no further business, without objection, subcommittee stands adjourned.